Dove Audio presents the Orson Welles Library, performed by Orson Welles.
Wakefield by Nathaniel Hawthorne. In some old magazine or newspaper, I recollect a story, told as truth, of a man, let us call him Wakefield, who absented himself for a long time from his wife. The fact, thus stated, is not very uncommon, but this is perhaps the strangest instance on record of marital delinquency, and as remarkable a freak as may be found in the whole list of human oddities. The wedded couple lived in London. The man, under pretense of going on a journey, took lodgings in the next street to his own house, and there, unheard of by his wife or friends, and without the shadow of a reason for such self-banishment, dwelt upwards of 20 years. During that period, he beheld his home every day, and frequently the forlorn Mrs. Wakefield. And after so great a gap in his matrimonial felicity, when his death was reckoned certain, his estate settled, his name dismissed from memory, and his wife long, long ago resigned to her autumnal widowhood, he entered the door one evening quietly as from a day's absence, and became a loving spouse until death. This outline is all that I remember, but the incident, probably never to be repeated, is one, I think, which appeals to the general sympathies of mankind. We know, each for himself, that none of us would perpetrate such a folly, yet feel as if some other might. If the reader choose, let him do his own meditation. Or if he prefer to ramble with me through the 20 years of Wakefield's vagary, I bid him welcome, trusting that there will be a pervading spirit and a moral, even should we fail to find them, done up neatly and condensed into the final sentence. What sort of man was Wakefield? We are free to shape out our own idea and call it by his name. He was now in the medium of life. His matrimonial affections, never violent, were sobered into a calm, habitual sentiment. Of all husbands, he was likely to be the most constant, because a certain sluggishness would keep his heart at rest, wherever it might be placed. He was intellectual, but not actively so. His mind occupied itself in long and lazy musings that tended to no purpose or had no vigor to attain it. Imagination, in the proper meaning of the term, made no part of Wakefield's gifts. With a mind never feverish with riotous thoughts, nor perplexed with originality, who could have anticipated that our friend would entitle himself to a foremost place among the doers of eccentric deeds. Had his acquaintances been asked, who is the surest man to perform nothing today which should be remembered on the morrow, they would have thought of Wakefield. Only his wife might have hesitated. She, without having analyzed his character, was partly aware of a quiet selfishness that had rusted into his inactive mind, of a peculiar sort of vanity, of a disposition to craft, which had seldom produced more positive effects than the keeping of petty secrets. Let us now imagine Wakefield bidding farewell to his wife. It is the dusk of an October evening. His equipment is a drab greatcoat, a hat, top boots, an umbrella in one hand, and a small portmanteau in the other. He has informed Mrs. Wakefield that he is to take the night coach into the country. She would like to inquire the length of his journey, its object, and the probable time of his return. But, indulgent to his harmless love of mystery, interrogates him only by a look. He tells her not to expect him positively by the return coach, nor to look alarmed should he tarry 3 or 4 days, but at all events to look for him at supper on Friday evening. Wakefield himself has no suspicion of what is before him. He holds out his hand. She gives her own and meets his parting kiss in the matter-of-course way of 10 years' matrimony. And forth goes the middle-aged Mr. Wakefield, almost resolved to perplex his good lady by a whole week's absence. After the door had closed behind him, she perceives it thrust partly open, and a vision of her husband's face, smiling on her, and gone in a moment. For the time, this little incident is dismissed without a thought. But long afterwards, when she had been more years a widow than a wife, that smile recurs and flickers across all her reminiscences of Wakefield's visage. In her many musings, she surrounds the original smile with a multitude of fantasies which make it strange and awful. As, for instance, if she imagines him in a coffin, that parting look is frozen on his pale features. Or if she dreams of him in heaven, still his blessed spirit wears a quiet and crafty smile. Yet for its sake, when all the others have given him up for dead, she sometimes doubts whether she is a widow. But our business is with the husband. We must hurry after him along the street, ere he lose his individuality and melt into the great mass of London life. It would be vain searching for him there. Let us follow close at his heels, therefore, until after several superfluous turns and doublings, we find him comfortably established by the fireside of a small apartment. He is in the next street to his own, and at his journey's end, he can scarcely trust his good fortune in having got thither unperceived, recollecting that at one time there were footsteps that seemed to tread behind his own, and he heard a voice and fancied that it called his name. Doubtless a dozen busybodies had been watching him and told his wife the whole affair. Poor Wakefield. It is perilous to make a chasm in human affections. Not that they gape so long and wide, but so quickly close again. Almost repenting of his frolic, or whatever it may be termed, Wakefield lies down betimes, and starting from his first nap, spreads forth his arms into the wide and solitary waste of the unaccustomed bed. No, thinks he, gathering the bedclothes about him, I will not sleep alone another night. In the morning, he rises earlier than usual and sets himself to consider what he really means to do. Such are his loose and rambling modes of thought that he has taken this very singular step without being able to define it. The vagueness of the project and the convulsive effort with which he plunges into the execution of it are equally characteristic of a feeble-minded man. Wakefield sifts his ideas, however, as minutely as he may, and finds himself curious to know the progress of matters at home, how his exemplary wife will endure her widowhood of a week, and briefly, how the little sphere of creatures and circumstances in which he was a central object will be affected by his removal. A morbid vanity, therefore, lies nearest the bottom of the affair. But how is he to attain his ends? Not certainly by keeping close in this comfortable lodging where, though he slept and awoke in the next street to his house, he is effectually abroad, as if the stagecoach had been whirling him away all night. Yet, should he reappear, the whole project is knocked in the head. His poor brains being hopelessly puzzled with this dilemma, he at length ventures out, partly resolving to cross the head of the street and send one hasty glance towards his forsaken domicile. Habit, for he is a man of habit, takes him by the hand and guides him, wholly unaware, to his own door, where, just at the critical moment, he is aroused by the scraping of his foot upon the step. Wakefield, whither are you going? At that instant, his fate was turning on the pivot. Little dreaming of the doom to which his first backward step devotes him, he hurries away, breathless with agitation hitherto unfelt, and hardly dares turn his head at the distant corner. Can it be that nobody caught sight of him? Will not the whole household, the decent Mrs. Wakefield, the smart maidservant, and the dirty little footboy, raise a hue and cry through London streets in pursuit of their fugitive lord and master? Wonderful escape! He gathers courage to pause and look homeward. but is perplexed with a sense of change about the familiar edifice, such as affects us all when, after a separation of months or years, we again see some hill or lake or work of art with which we were friends of old. In ordinary cases, this indescribable impression is caused by the comparison and contrast between our imperfect reminiscences and the reality. In Wakefield, the magic of a single night has wrought a similar transformation, because in that brief period, a great moral change has been effected. But this is a secret from himself. Before leaving the spot, he catches a far and momentary glimpse of his wife passing athwart the front window, with her face turned toward the head of the street. The crafty nincompoop takes to his heels, scared with the idea that among 1,000 such atoms of mortality, her eye must have detected him. Right glad is his heart, though his brain be somewhat dizzy, when he finds himself by the coal fire of his lodgings. So much for the commencement of this long whim-wham. After the critical conception and the stirring up of the man's sluggish temperament to put it into practice, the whole matter evolves itself into a natural train. We may suppose him, as the result of deep deliberation, buying a new wig of reddish hair and selecting sundry garments in a fashion unlike his customary suit of brown from a Jew's old clothes bag. It is accomplished. Furthermore, he is rendered obstinate by a sulkiness occasionally incident to his temper, and brought on at present by the inadequate sensation which he conceived to have been produced in the bosom of Mrs. Wakefield. He will not go back until she be frightened half to death. Well, twice or thrice has she passed before his sight, each time with a heavier step, a paler cheek, and more anxious brow, and in the third week of his non-appearance, he detects a portents of evil entering the house in the guise of an apothecary. Next day, the knocker is muffled. Towards nightfall comes the chariot of a physician and deposits its solemn burthen at Wakefield's door, whence, after a quarter of an hour's visit, he emerges, perchance the herald of a funeral. Dear woman, will she die? By this time, Wakefield is excited to something like energy of feeling, but still lingers away from his wife's bedside, pleading with his conscience that she must not be disturbed at such a juncture. In the course of a few weeks, she gradually recovers. The crisis is over. Her heart is sad, perhaps, but quiet. And let him return soon or late, it will never be feverish for him again. Such ideas glimmer through the mist of Wakefield's mind and render him indistinctly conscious that an almost impassable gulf divides his hired apartment from his former home. It is but in the next street, he sometimes says. Fool! It is in another world. Hitherto, he has put off his return from one particular day to another. Henceforward, he leaves the precise time undetermined. Not tomorrow. Probably next week. Pretty soon. Poor man. The dead have nearly as much chance of revisiting their earthly homes as the self-banished Wakefield. Wakefield is spellbound. We must leave him for 10 years or so to haunt around his house without once crossing the threshold, and to be faithful to his wife with all the affection of which his heart is capable, while he is slowly fading out of hers. Now for a scene. Amid the throng of a London street, we distinguish a man, now waxing elderly, with few characteristics to attract careless observers, yet bearing in his whole aspect the handwriting of no common fate. He is meager. His low and narrow forehead is deeply wrinkled. His eyes, small and lusterless, sometimes wander apprehensively about him, but often seem to look inward. He bends his head and moves as if unwilling to display his full front to the world. Watch him long enough to see what we've described, and you will allow that circumstances, which often produce remarkable men from nature's ordinary handiwork, have produced one such here. Next, leaving him to sidle along the footwalk, cast your eyes in the opposite direction, where a portly female, considerably in the wane of life, with a prayer book in her hand, is proceeding to yonder church. She has the placid mien of settled widowhood. Her regrets have either died away or have become so essential to her heart that they would be poorly exchanged for joy. Just as the lean man and well-conditioned woman are passing, a slight obstruction occurs and brings these two figures directly in contact. Their hands touch. The pressure of the crowd forces her bosom against his shoulder. They stand face to face, staring into each other's eyes. After a 10-year separation, thus Wakefield meets his wife. The throng eddies away and carries them asunder. The sober widow, resuming her former pace, proceeds to church, but pauses in the portal and throws a perplexed glance along the street. She passes in, however, opening her prayer book as she goes. And the man, with so wild a face that busy and selfish London stands to gaze after him, he hurries to his lodgings, bolts the door, and throws himself upon the bed. The latent feelings of years break out. His feeble mind acquires a brief energy from their strength. All the miserable strangeness of his life is revealed to him at a glance, and he cries out passionately, "Wakefield! Wakefield! You are mad!" He could not be said to possess his right mind. He had contrived, or rather he had happened, to dissever himself from the world, to vanish, to give up his place and privileges with living men, without being admitted among the dead. The life of a hermit is nowise parallel to his. He was in the bustle of the city, as of old, but the crowd swept by and saw him not. He was, we may figuratively say, always beside his wife and at his hearth, yet must never feel the warmth of the one, nor the affection of the other. Yet, changed as he would seldom be conscious of it, but deem himself the same man as ever. Glimpses of the truth, indeed, would come, but only for the moment, and still he would keep saying, "I shall soon go back," nor reflect that he had been saying so for 20 years. I conceive also that these 20 years would appear, in the retrospect, scarcely longer than the week in which Wakefield had first limited his absence. He would look on the affair as no more than an interlude in the main business of his life, when, after a little while more, he would deem it time to re-enter his parlor. His wife would clap her hands for joy on beholding the middle-aged Mr. Wakefield. Alas, what a mistake! Would time but await the close of our favorite follies, we should be young men, all of us, until doomsday. One evening, in the 20th year since he vanished, Wakefield is taking his customary walk toward the dwelling which he still calls his own. It is a gusty night of autumn, with frequent showers that patter down upon the pavement and are gone before a man can put up his umbrella. Pausing near the house, Wakefield discerns through the parlor windows of the second floor the red glow and the glimmer and the fitful flash of a comfortable fire. On the ceiling appears a grotesque shadow of good Mrs. Wakefield. The cap, the nose and chin, and the broad waist form an admirable caricature, which dances, moreover, with the up-flickering and down-sinking blaze, almost too merrily for the shade of an elderly widow. At this instant, a shower chances to fall, and is driven by the unmannerly gust full into Wakefield's face and bosom. He is quite penetrated with its autumnal chill. Shall he stand, wet and shivering, here, when his own hearth has a good fire to warm him, and his own wife will run to fetch the gray coat and small clothes, which doubtless she has kept carefully in the closet of their bedchamber? No, Wakefield is no such fool. He ascends the steps heavily. For 20 years have stiffened his legs since he came down, but he knows it not. Stay, Wakefield. Would you go to the sole home that has left you? Then step into your grave. The door opens. As he passes in, we have a parting glimpse of his visage and recognize the crafty smile which began the little joke that he's ever since been playing at his wife's expense. How unmercifully has he quizzed the poor woman. Well, a good night's rest to Wakefield. This happy event, supposing it to be such, could only have occurred at an unpremeditated moment. We will not follow our friend across the threshold. He has left us much food for thought, a portion of which shall lend its wisdom to a moral. Amid the seeming confusion of our mysterious world, individuals are so nicely adjusted to a system, and systems to one another and to a whole, that by stepping aside for a moment, a man exposes himself to a fearful risk of losing his place forever. Like Wakefield, he may become, as it were, the outcast of the universe.
End of Side 1.
H.G. Wells. I dearly love to claim him as a relative. But there's the problem of the spelling. Two different families. The one without the E at the end. Herbert George Wells was the writer, the great writer. He wrote with skill and wisdom on just about everything under the sun and beyond the sun, about the outer galaxies of the universe. For he was, besides so many other things, the grand master of science fiction. That's how it happened that I got to know him. Before television, when radio was a mighty power in the land, I used to produce a weekly, hour-long radio program, and the night we did a dramatization of The War of the Worlds, the science fiction novel by H.G. Wells, his story about an invasion of the Earth from the planet Mars, was so convincing that what seemed like half the population of America actually believed what their radios were telling them. They ran out into the streets. They jammed into their churches to pray. And quite a lot of them took their families and whatever provisions they could carry in their cars and went speeding up into the mountains to hide. Later, when things had quieted down and life returned to normal, a clever impresario brought H.G. from England to lecture and debate with a young radio person with a somewhat similar name. A curious public packed the halls to hear us, and a grand tour of the entire country was proposed by our management, and only refused because the news of the first devastating Nazi blitz was threatening to bomb London out of existence. And if that was indeed to happen, H.G. wanted to be with his fellow countrymen when it did. I very much admired him for that, and very much regretted that the warm and lively friendship which had so quickly grown between us was to be cut off, perhaps forever. There had been so much laughter and fun down there in Texas, and through the long nights so much wonderful talk, that I had been granted that companionship was a compliment I shall cherish all my days. And now, The Red Room by H.G. Wells. I can assure you, I said, that it will take a very tangible ghost to frighten me. It is your own choosing, said the man with the withered arm. The old woman sat staring hard into the fire, her pale eyes wide open. Aye, she broke in. You have never seen the likes of this house, I reckon. Well, I said, if I see anything tonight, I shall be so much the wiser, for I come to the business with an open mind. The door creaked on its hinges as a second old man entered, more bent, more wrinkled, more aged even than the first. He supported himself by a single crutch. His eyes were covered by a shade, and his lower lip hung pale and pink from his decaying yellow teeth. He sat down clumsily and began to cough. The old woman remained with her eyes fixed steadily on the fire. Why don't you drink? Said the man with the withered arm, pushing the beer towards him. A monstrous shadow of him crouched upon the wall and mocked his action as he poured and drank. The three of them made me feel uncomfortable with their gaunt silences, their evident unfriendliness to me and to one another. If you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I said a little louder, I will relieve you from the task of entertaining me. There's a candle just by the door, said the man with the withered arm. But if you go to the Red Room tonight, you go alone. Very well, I answered. And which way do I go? Along the passage for a bit, until you come to another door, and through that is a spiral staircase, and halfway up that is a landing, and another door covered with baize. Go through that, and down the long corridor to the end, and the Red Room is on your left, up the steps. I repeated his directions. He corrected me in one particular. And are you really going? Said the man with the shade. This night of all nights, said the old woman. That's what I came for, I said. At the door I turned and looked at them. They were all close together, staring at me over their shoulders. Good night, I said, setting the door open. It's your own choosing, said the man with the withered arm. I must confess that the oddness of these three old pensioners, in whose charge her ladyship had left the castle, affected me, in spite of my efforts to keep myself at a matter-of-fact phase. They seemed to belong to another age, an older age, An age when omens and witches were credible, and ghosts beyond denying. Their very existence was spectral, even the cut of their clothing. Fashions born in dead brains. I left the door wide open until the candle was well alight. Then I shut them in and walked down the chilly, echoing passage. The long, drafty, subterranean passage was chilly and dusty, and my candle flared and made the shadows cower and quiver. The echoes rang up and down the spiral staircase, and a shadow came sweeping up after me, and one fled before me into the darkness overhead. I came to the landing and stopped there for a moment, listening to a rustling that I fancied I heard. Then, satisfied of the absolute silence, I pushed open the baize-covered door and stood in the corridor. The moonlight, coming in by the great window on the grand staircase, picked out everything in vivid black shadow or silvery illumination. Everything was in its place. The house might have been deserted on the yesterday instead of 18 months ago. There were candles in the sockets of the sconces, and whatever dust had gathered on the carpets or upon the polished flooring was distributed so evenly as to be invisible in the moonlight. The door to the red room and the steps up to it were in a shadowy corner. I moved my candle from side to side in order to see clearly the nature of the recess in which I stood before opening the door. Here it was that my predecessor was found, and the memory of that story gave me a sudden twinge of apprehension. I opened the door rather hastily, entered, closed the door behind me at once, turned the key I found in the lock, and stood with a candle held aloft, surveying the great red room of Lorraine Castle in which the young Duke had died, or rather, in which he had begun his dying, for he had opened the door and fallen headlong down the steps I had just ascended. That had been the end of his gallant attempt to conquer the ghostly tradition of the place. And never, I thought, had apoplexy better served the ends of superstition. And there were other and older stories that clung to the room, back to the half-credible beginning of it all, the tale of a timid wife and the tragic end that came to her husband's jest of frightening her. And looking around that large, shadowy room, with its shadowy window bays, its recesses and alcoves, one could well understand the legends that had sprouted in its black corners, its germinating darkness. My candle was a little tongue of flame in its vastness that failed to pierce the opposite end of the room and left an ocean of mystery and suggestion beyond its island of light. I resolved to make a systematic examination of the place at once, and satisfying myself of the fastening of the door, I began to walk about the room, peering round each article of furniture
and opening its curtains wide. I pulled up the blinds and examined the fastenings of the several windows before closing the shutters, leant forward and looked up the blackness of the wide chimney, and tapped the dark oak paneling for any secret opening. There were 2 big mirrors in the room, each with a pair of sconces bearing candles, and on the mantelpiece, too, were more candles in china candlesticks. All of these I lit, one after the other. The fire was laid, an unexpected consideration from the old housekeeper, and I lit it to keep down any disposition to shiver. And when it was burning well, I stood round with my back to it and regarded the room again. I had pulled up an armchair and a table to form a kind of barricade before me, and on this lay my revolver, ready to hand. My precise examination had done me good. The echoing of the stir and crackling of the fire was no sort of comfort to me. The shadow in the alcove, at the end in particular, had that undefinable quality of a presence, that odd suggestion of a lurking, living thing that comes so easily in silence and solitude. At last, to reassure myself, I walked with a candle into it and satisfied myself that there was nothing tangible there. I stood that candle upon the floor of the alcove and left it there. By this time I was in a state of considerable nervous tension. The somber reds and blacks of the room troubled me. Even with 7 candles, the place was merely dim. The one in the alcove flared in a draught, and the fire flickering kept the shadows perpetually shifting and stirring. I recalled the candles I had seen in the passage, and with a slight effort walked out into the moonlight, carrying a candle and leaving the door open, and presently returned with as many as 10. These I put in various knickknacks of china, with which the room was sparsely adorned, lit and placed where the shadows had lain deepest, some on the floor, some in the window recesses, until at last my 17 candles were so arranged that not an inch of the room but had the direct light of at least one of them. It occurred to me that when the ghost came, I could warn him not to trip over them. The room was now quite brightly illuminated. There was something very cheery and reassuring in these little streaming flames, and snuffing them gave me an occupation and afforded a reassuring sense of the passage of time. Even with that, however, the brooding expectation of the vigil weighed heavily upon me. It was after midnight that the candle in the alcove suddenly went out, and the black shadow sprang back to its place. I did not see the candle go out. I simply turned and saw that the darkness was there, as one might start and see the unexpected presence of a stranger. Taking the matches from the table, I walked across the room in a leisurely manner to relight the corner again. My first match would not strike, and as I succeeded with the second, something seemed to blink on the wall before me. I turned my head and saw that the 2 candles on the little table by the fireplace were extinguished. I walked back, relit one, and as I did so, I saw the candle in the right sconce of one of the mirrors wink and go right out, and almost immediately its companion followed it. There was no mistake about it. The flame vanished, as if the wicks had been suddenly nipped between a finger and a thumb, leaving the wick neither glowing nor smoking, but black. While I stood gaping, the candle at the foot of the bed went out, and the shadows seemed to take another step towards me. "This won't do," said I, and first one and then another candle on the mantel shelf followed. "What's up?" I cried, with a queer high note getting into my voice somehow. At that, the candle on the wardrobe went out, and the one I had relit in the alcove followed. "Steady on," I said. "These candles are wanted," speaking with a half-hysterical facetiousness, and scratching away at a match the while for the mantel candlesticks. My hands trembled so much that twice I missed the rough paper of the matchbox. As the mantel emerged from the darkness again, 2 candles in the remoter end of the window were eclipsed. But with the same match, I also relit the larger mirror candles and those on the floor near the doorway, so that for the moment I seemed to gain on the extinctions. But then there vanished 4 lights at once in different corners of the room, and I struck another match in quivering haste and stood hesitating whether to take it. As I stood undecided, an invisible hand seemed to sweep out the 2 candles on the table. With a cry of terror, I dashed at the alcove, then into the corner, then into the window, relighting 3 as 2 more vanished by the fireplace. Then, perceiving a better way, I dropped the matches on the iron-bound deed box in the corner and caught up the bedroom candlestick. With this, I avoided the delay of striking matches. But for all that, the steady process of extinction went on, and the shadows gained on this side of me, and then on that. It was like a ragged storm cloud sweeping out the stars. Now and then, one returned for a minute and was lost again. I was now almost frantic with the horror of coming darkness. I bruised myself on the thigh against the table. I sent a chair headlong. I stumbled and fell and whisked the cloth from the table in my fall. My candle rolled away from me, and I snatched another as I rose. Abruptly, this was blown out as I swung it off the table by the wind of my sudden movement, and immediately the 2 remaining candles followed. But there was light still in the room, a red light that staved off the shadows from me. I turned to where the flames were dancing between the glowing coals, made 2 steps towards the grate, and the flames dwindled and vanished. The glow vanished. The reflections rushed together and vanished, and darkness closed upon me like the shutting of an eye, wrapped about me in a stifling embrace, sealed my vision, and crushed the last vestiges of reason from my brain. The candle fell from my hand. I flung out my arms in a vain effort to thrust that ponderous blackness away from me, and lifting up my voice, screamed with all my might. Once, twice, thrice. Then I think I must have staggered to my feet. I know I thought suddenly of the moonlit corridor, and with my head bowed and my arms over my face, made a run for the door. But I had forgotten the exact position of the door, and struck myself heavily against the corner of the bed. I staggered back, turned, and was either struck or struck myself against some bulky furniture. I have a vague memory of battering myself thus to and fro in the darkness, of a cramped struggle, and of my own wild crying as I darted to and fro, of a heavy blow at last upon my forehead, and a horrible sensation of falling that lasted an age, of my last frantic effort to keep my footing. And then I remember no more. I opened my eyes in daylight. My head was roughly bandaged, and the man with the withered arm was watching my face. I looked about me, trying to remember what had happened, and for a space I could not recollect. I turned to the corner and saw the old woman, no longer abstracted, pouring out some drops of medicine from a little blue phial into a glass. "Where am I?" I asked. "I seem to remember you, and yet I cannot remember who you are." They told me then, and I heard of the haunted Red Room as one who hears a tale. "We found you at dawn," said he, "and there was blood on your forehead and lips." It was very slowly I recovered the memory of my experience. "You believe now," said the old man, "that the room is haunted?" He spoke no longer as one who greets an intruder, but as one who grieves for a broken friend. "Yes," said I, "the room is haunted." "And you have seen it, and we, who have lived here all our lives, have never set eyes upon it, because we never dared. Tell us, is it truly the old Earl who—" "No," said I, "it is not." "I told you so," said the old lady, with a glass in her hand. "It is the poor young countess who was frightened." "It is not," I said. "There is neither ghost of Earl nor ghost of Countess in that room. There is no ghost there at all. But worse, Far worse. Well, they said, the worst of all the things that haunt mortal man, said I, and that is, in all its nakedness, fear. Fear that will not have light nor sound, that deafens and darkens and overwhelms. It followed me through the corridor. It fought against me in the room. I stopped abruptly. There was an interval of silence. My hand went up to my bandages. Then the man with the shade sighed and spoke. That is it, said he. I knew that was it. A power of darkness. It lurks there, always. You can feel it, even in the daytime, even of a bright summer's day, in the hangings, in the curtains, keeping behind you, however you face about. In the dusk, it creeps along the corridor and follows you, so that you dare not turn. There is fear in that room. Black fear. And there will be, so long as this house of sin endures.
End of Side 2.
The Secret Sharer by Joseph Conrad. The tug, which had just left us, anchored outside the bar, became lost to my sight. I was left alone with my ship, anchored at the head of the Gulf of Siam. There was not a sound in her, and around us nothing moved, nothing lived, not a canoe on the water, not a bird in the air, not a cloud in the sky. It was only just before the sun left us that my roaming eyes made out beyond the highest ridge of the principal island of the group something which did away with the solemnity of perfect solitude. I found my two officers waiting for me near the supper table. We sat down at once, and as I helped the chief mate, I said, "Are you aware that there is a ship anchored inside the islands? I saw her mastheads above the ridge." He raised sharply his simple face. "Bless my soul, sir. You don't say so." My second mate was a round-cheeked, silent young man, grave beyond his years, I thought. But as our eyes happened to meet, I detected a slight quiver on his lips. It must be said that I knew very little of my officers. I'd been appointed to the command only a fortnight before. These people had been together for 18 months or so, and my position was that of the only stranger on board. But what I felt most was my being a stranger to the ship. And if all the truth must be told, I was somewhat of a stranger to myself. Meantime, the chief mate was trying to evolve a theory of the anchored ship. She was a ship from home, lately arrived, he said. Probably she drew too much water to cross the bar, except at the top of the spring tides. That's so, confirmed the second mate. She draws over 20 feet. She's the Liverpool ship Sephora, with a cargo of coal. 123 days from Cardiff. We looked at him in surprise. The tugboat skipper told me when he came on board for your letters, sir, explained the young man. He expects to take her up the river the day after tomorrow. After thus overwhelming us with the extent of his information, he slipped out of the cabin. For the last 2 days, the crew had had plenty of hard work, and the night before they had very little sleep. I felt painfully that I, a stranger, was doing something unusual when I directed the chief mate to let all hands turn in without setting an anchor watch. I went up on deck. I proposed to keep the watch myself till 1 o'clock or thereabouts. I would get the second mate to relieve me at that hour. I expected in those solitary hours of the night to get on terms with a ship of which I knew nothing, manned by men of whom I knew very little more. I'd hardly seen her yet properly. Now as she lay cleared for sea, the stretch of her main deck seemed to me very fine under the stars. Very fine, very roomy for her size. My mind pictured to myself the coming passage through the Malay archipelago, down the Indian Ocean, and up the Atlantic. All familiar enough to me. All the alternatives which were likely to face me on the high seas. Everything. Except the novel responsibility of command. Everybody at the after end of the ship was sleeping profoundly. I was agreeably at ease in my sleeping suit on that warm, breathless night, barefooted, a glowing cigar in my teeth. I rejoiced in the sea as compared with the unrest of the land. Passing on my way aft along the other side of the ship, I observed that the rope-side ladder had not been hauled in as it should have been. Mechanically, I proceeded to get the ladder in myself. Now, a side ladder of that sort is a light affair and comes in easily. Yet my vigorous tug, which should have brought it flying on board, merely recoiled upon my body in a totally unexpected jerk. The side of the ship made an opaque belt of shadow on the darkling, glassy shimmer of the sea. But I saw at once something elongated and pale, floating very close to the ladder. A faint flash of phosphorescent light, which seemed to issue suddenly from the naked body of a man. One hand clutched the bottom rung of the ladder. He was complete, but for the head, a headless corpse. The cigar dropped out of my gaping mouth with a tiny plop and a short hiss, quite audible in the absolute stillness. At that he raised up his face, but even then I could only barely make out down there the shape of his black-haired head. I leaned over the rail as far as I could to bring my eyes nearer to that mystery floating alongside. As he hung by the ladder like a resting swimmer, the sea lightning played about his limbs at every stir, and he appeared in it ghastly, silvery, fish-like. He made no motion to get out of the water, either. "What's the matter?" I asked, speaking down to the face upturned, exactly under mine. "Cramp," it answered. "Are you alone on deck?" "Yes." "I suppose your captain's turned in." "I'm sure he isn't," I said. "I am the captain." "My name's Leggett." "You must be a good swimmer." "Yes. I've been in the water practically since 9 o'clock. The question for me now is whether I am to let go this ladder and go on swimming till I sink from exhaustion, or to come on board here." I felt this was no mere formula of desperate speech, but a real alternative in the view of a strong soul. A mysterious communication was established already between us two, in the face of that silent, darkened, tropical sea. The man in the water began suddenly to climb up the ladder, and I hastened away from the rail to fetch some clothes. Coming back on deck, I saw the naked man from the sea, sitting on the main hatch, glimmering white in the darkness, his head in his hands. In a moment, he had concealed his damp body in a sleeping suit of the same gray stripe pattern as the one I was wearing, and followed me like by double as we moved aft, barefooted, silent. "What is it?" I asked. "An ugly business." My sleeping suit was just right for his size. A well-knit young fellow of 25 at the most. "There's a ship over there," he murmured. "Yes, I know. The Sephora. I am the mate of her." He paused and corrected himself. "I should say I was." "Something wrong?" "Yes, very wrong indeed. I've killed a man." "Oh, what do you mean? Just now?" "No, on the passage. Weeks ago. It was one of the hands. He wouldn't do his duty and wouldn't let anybody else do theirs." "But what's the good of talking? You know well enough the sort of ill-conditioned, snarling cur." I knew well enough that my double there was no homicidal ruffian. I did not think of asking him for details, and he told the story roughly, in brusque, disconnected sentences. "It happened while we were setting a reefed foresail at dusk." Reefed foresail. Do you understand the sort of weather? Terrific weather. It seemed to have no end to it. Terrific, I tell you. The only sail we had left to keep the ship running. So you may guess what it had been like for days. He gave me some of his cursed insolence. It was not time for gentlemanly reproof. So I turned round and felled him like an ox. He got up, and we closed, just as an awful sea made for the ship. All hands saw it coming and took to the rigging. But I had him by the throat. Then a crash, as if the sky had fallen on my head. I was still holding him by the throat when they picked us up. He was black in the face, and the ship running for her life, touch and go all the time. Any minute, the last in a sea, fit to turn your hair gray. I had killed a man. I could act no longer as chief mate of the ship. All the time he spoke, he did not stir a limb. Neither did I stir a limb. We stood less than a foot from each other. It occurred to me that if my own chief mate were to catch sight of us, he would think he was seeing double, or the strange captain was having a quiet confabulation by the wheel with his own gray ghost. "You had better slip down into my stateroom now," I said, moving off stealthily. He followed my movements. Our bare feet made no sound. I let him in, closed the door with care, and after giving a call to the second mate, returned on deck. "Not much sign of any wind yet," I remarked to the second mate when he approached. "No, sir, not much," he assented, with just enough deference, no more, and barely suppressing a yawn. "Well, that's all you have to look out for. You've got your orders." "Yes, sir." I went below. It must be explained here that my cabin had the form of the capital letter L, the door being within the opening into the short part of the letter. A couch was to the left, the bed place to the right, my writing desk and the chronometer's table faced the door, but anyone opening it, unless he stepped right inside, had no view of what I call the long part of the letter. "Well, nobody is likely to come in here," I said, without knocking and getting permission. He nodded. His face was thin, as though he had been ill, and no wonder. He had been kept under arrest, he told me, in his cabin for nearly 7 weeks. But there was nothing sickly in his eyes. "But all this doesn't tell me how you came to hang on to our side ladder," I inquired. When we had sighted Java Head, I had had time to think. I had 6 weeks of doing nothing else. I reckoned it would be dark before we closed with the land. So I asked the skipper to leave my cabin door unlocked at night while the ship was going through Sunda Straits. I wanted nothing more. God only knows why they locked me in every night. You'd have thought they were afraid I'd go about at night strangling people. Am I a murdering brute? Do I look it? You will say I might have chucked him aside and bolted out there and then. It was dark already.
No, somebody else might have got killed, for I would not have broken out only to get chucked back. The old skipper refused. He was afraid of the men, and also of that old second mate of his who had been sailing with him for years. A gray-headed old humbug. And his steward, too, had been with him 17 years or more. He hated me like poison. Devil only knows what the skipper wasn't afraid of. All his nerve went to pieces altogether in that hellish spell of bad weather we had. Anyhow, he wouldn't listen to me. This thing must take its course, he said. Well, I don't know how it was, but tonight, that steward, after bringing me my supper, went out to let me eat it and left the door unlocked. After I had finished eating, I strolled out on the quarterdeck. I meant to do nothing. A breath of fresh air was all. The nearest land is 5 miles. But a sudden temptation came over me. I kicked off my slippers and was in the water before I had made up my mind fairly. Somebody heard the splash, and they raised an awful hullabaloo. He's gone. Lower the boats. He's committed suicide. No, he's swimming. Certainly I was swimming. I landed on the nearest islet before the boat left the ship's side. I heard them pulling about in the dark, hailing and so on. But after a bit, they gave up. Everything quieted down, and the anchorage became as still as death. I felt certain they would start searching for me at daylight. There was no place to hide. And if there had been, what would have been the good? I took off all my clothes, tied them in a bundle with a stone inside, and dropped them in the deep water on the other side of the island. That was suicide enough for me. Let them think what they liked, but I didn't mean to drown myself. I meant to swim till I sank. But that's not the same thing. I struck out for another of these little islands, and it was from that one that I first saw your riding light. Something to swim for. Then, your ladder. Why didn't you hail the ship? I asked. He touched my shoulder lightly. Lazy footsteps came right over our heads and stopped. I closed the porthole quietly to make sure. A louder word might have been overheard. Who's that? He whispered then. My second mate. But I don't know much more of the fellow than you do. And I told him a little about myself. I had been appointed to take charge, while I least expected anything of the sort. Not quite a fortnight ago. I didn't know either the ship or the people. I was almost as much of a stranger on board as himself, I said. And at the moment I felt it most acutely. I felt that it would take very little to make me a suspect person in the eyes of the ship's company. He had turned about meantime, and we, the two strangers in the ship, faced each other in identical attitudes. Do you think they will be round here, searching for you? I asked. Quite likely. Meantime, get into that bed. Want help? There. He tumbled in, rolled over on his back, and flung one arm across his eyes. And then, with his face nearly hidden, he must have looked exactly as I used to look in that bed. I gazed upon my other self for a while before drawing across carefully the two green serge curtains which ran on a brass rod. I thought for a moment of pinning them together for greater safety, but I sat down on the couch. I was extremely tired, in a peculiarly intimate way, by the strain of stealthiness, and greatly bothered by an exasperated knocking in my head. It was a relief to discover suddenly that it was not in my head at all, but on the outside of the door. A steward entered with my morning coffee. I was so frightened that I shouted, "This way! I'm here, steward!" as though he had been miles away. He put down the tray and only then said, very quietly, "I can see you are here, sir." I felt him give me a keen look, but I dared not meet his eyes just then. He must have wondered why I had drawn the curtains of my bed before going to sleep on the couch. "May I come in to take the empty cup away, sir?" "Of course." I turned my back on him while he popped in and out. Then I unhooked and closed the door, and even pushed the bolt. This sort of thing could not go on very long. I took a peep at my double. He had not moved. I reached over him and opened the port. Of course, theoretically, I could do what I liked, with no one to say nay to me within the whole circle of the horizon. But to lock my cabin door and take the key away, I did not dare. Directly I put my head out on deck, I saw the officers. The steward was talking to them eagerly. He happened to catch sight of me and dived below. The second ran down the main deck, shouting some order or other, and the chief mate came to meet me, touching his cap. There was a sort of curiosity in his eye that I did not like. I did not give him time to open his lips. "Square the yards by lifts and braces before the hands go to breakfast." It was the first particular order I had given on board that ship. At breakfast time, the dual working of my mind distracted me almost to the point of insanity. I was constantly watching myself, my secret self, sleeping in that bed, behind that door, which faced me as I sat at the head of the table. Back in my cabin, I had to shake him for a solid minute. "All's well so far," I whispered. "Now you must vanish into the bathroom." He did so, as noiseless as a ghost. And then I rang for the steward, and facing him boldly, directed him to tidy up my stateroom while I was having my bath, and be quick about it. I took a bath
splashing and whistling softly for the steward's edification, while the secret sharer of my life stood drawn up bolt upright in that little space. There was nothing else for it. He had to sit still on a small folding stool, half smothered by the heavy coats hanging there. We listened to the steward going into the bathroom, out of the saloon, filling the water bottles there, scrubbing the bath, setting things to right. Whisk, bang, clatter. Out again into the saloon. Turn the key. Click. And there we sat. I at my writing desk, ready to appear, busy with some papers. He behind me, out of sight of the door. Now and then, glancing over my shoulder, I saw him far back there, sitting rigidly on the low stool, his bare feet close together, his arms folded, his head hanging on his breast, and perfectly still. Anybody would have taken him for me. A voice outside the door. "Beg pardon, sir." "Well?" "There's a ship's boat coming our way, sir." "All right. Get the ladder over." The skipper of the Sephora was not exactly a showy figure. His shoulders were high, one leg slightly more bandy than the other. He shook hands, looking vaguely around. He mumbled to me as if he were ashamed of what he was saying. By this time we were seated in the cabin, and the steward brought in a tray with a bottle and glasses. "Thanks, no. Never took liquor. Would have some water, though." He drank 2 tumblerfuls. Terrible, thirsty work. Ever since daylight had been exploring the islands round his ship. As he persisted in his mumbling, and I wanted my double to hear every word, I hit upon the notion of informing him that I was hard of hearing, so he had to raise his voice to give me his tale. He seemed completely muddled, but still immensely impressed. "What would you think of such a thing happening on board your own ship?" "Well, not horrible." Perhaps I should have sympathized with him if I'd been able to detach my mental vision from the unsuspected sharer of my cabin. There he was, 4 or 5 feet from us, no more, as we sat in the saloon. I looked politely at Captain Archibald, if that was his name. But it was the other I saw. "I suppose I must report a suicide," said the captain. "Beg pardon?" "Suicide. That's what I'll have to write to my owners directly I get in." "Unless you manage to recover him before tomorrow," I assented, alive. My lack of curiosity, of surprise, of any sort of pronounced interest, began to arouse his distrust. I could not, I think, have met him by a direct lie, for psychological, not moral reasons. Another pause, full of mistrust, followed. "Nice little saloon, isn't it?" I remarked, as if noticing for the first time the way his eyes roamed from one closed door to the other. And very well fitted out, too. Here, for instance, I continued, reaching over the back of my seat negligently and flinging the door open. Here is my bathroom. I got up and invited him to have a look round, as if I were very proud of my accommodation. I felt I had him on the run, and I meant to keep him on the run. My polite insistence must have had something menacing in it, because he gave in suddenly, and I did not let him off a single item. Mate's room, pantry, storerooms, he had to look into them all. When at last I showed him out on the quarterdeck, he drew a long, spiritless sigh and mumbled dismally that he must really be going back to his ship now. My double down there in my cabin must have heard, and certainly could not feel more relieved than I. I escorted my visitor to the gangway, ceremoniously, but he was a tenacious beast. On the very ladder he lingered. I say, you don't think that... I covered his voice loudly. Certainly not. I'm delighted. Goodbye. I had an idea of what he meant to say, and just saved myself the privilege of defective hearing. But my mate, close witness of that parting, looked mystified, and his face took on a thoughtful cast. Seems a very nice man, he said. The boat's crew told our chaps a very extraordinary story, if what I am told by the steward is true. A very horrible affair, isn't it, sir? It is. But the queerest part is that they seem to have some idea that the man was hidden aboard here. They had, really. Did you ever hear of such a thing? Preposterous, isn't it? I suppose he did drown himself. You have no doubt in the matter, sir? None whatever. I left him suddenly. With my double down there, it was most trying to be on deck, and it was almost as trying to be below, the steward being engaged in laying the table for dinner. We could talk only with our eyes when I first went down. Later in the afternoon, we had a cautious try at whispering. The Sunday quietness of the ship was against us. The elements, the men, were against us. Everything was against us in our secret partnership. Time itself. For this could not go on forever. The captain told you he hardly dared to give the order. He never gave the order. He stood there after the main topsail blew away and whimpered about our last hope. Positively whimpered. And the night coming on. But what's the use telling you? You know. Footsteps in the saloon. A heavy knock. There's enough wind to get under way with, sir. Turn the hands up, I cried through the door. I'll be on deck directly. I was going out to make the acquaintance of my ship. This is not the place to enlarge upon the sensations of a man who feels for the first time a ship
move under his feet to his own independent words. But I was not wholly alone with my command, for there was the stranger in my cabin. Part of me was absent. That mental feeling of being in two places at once affected me physically, as if the mood of secrecy had penetrated my very soul. On the second day out, coming off the deck in the afternoon, I had straw slippers on my bare feet. I stopped at the open pantry door and spoke to the steward. At the sound of my voice, he nearly jumped out of his skin. "Beg your pardon, sir. I made sure you were in your cabin." "You see, I wasn't." "No, sir, I could have sworn I heard you moving in there not a moment ago. It's most extraordinary. Very sorry, sir." I suppose the stranger had made some slight noise of some kind or other. It would have been miraculous if he hadn't. And yet, haggard as he appeared, he looked always perfectly self-controlled, more than calm, sitting in his gray sleeping suit and with his cropped dark hair, like a patient, unmoved convict.
End of side 3.
At night, I would smuggle him into my bed place, and we would whisper together, with the regular footfalls of the officer of the watch passing and repassing over our heads. It was an infinitely miserable time. It was lucky that some tins of fine preserves were stowed in a locker in my stateroom. And so he lived, pâté de foie gras, asparagus, cooked oysters, sardines, on all sorts of abominable sham delicacies out of tins. My early morning coffee he always drank, and it was all I dared do for him in that respect. The fourth day out, I think we were then working down the east side of the Gulf of Siam in light winds and smooth water. The fourth day, I say, of this miserable juggling with the unavoidable. As we sat at our evening meal, that steward, whose slightest movement I dreaded, after putting down the dishes, suddenly ran up on deck. Presently he came down again, and then it appeared that he had remembered a coat of mine, which I had thrown over a rail to dry after having been wetted in a shower that afternoon. I became terrified at the sight of the garment on his arm. Of course he made for my door. There was no time to lose. "Steward!" I thundered. "Yes, sir." The pale-faced steward turned resignedly to me. "Where are you going with that coat?" "To your room, sir." "Is there another shower coming?" "Oh, I'm sure I don't know, sir. Shall I go up again and see, sir?" "No, never mind." I expected the steward to hook my coat on and come out at once. He was very slow about it. Suddenly I became aware, it could be heard plainly enough, that the fellow, for some reason or other, was opening the door of the bathroom. It was the end. I expected to hear a yell of surprise and terror, but everything remained still. I don't know what I could have done next moment if I had not seen the steward come out of my room, close the door, and then stand quietly by the sideboard. I leaned back in my chair. After a while,
When sufficiently recovered to speak, I instructed my mate to put the ship around at 8 o'clock himself. "I won't come on deck," I went on. "I think I'll turn in. And unless the wind shifts, I don't want to be disturbed before midnight. I feel a bit seedy." They both went out, and I stared at the steward clearing the table. There was nothing to be read on that wretched man's face. But why did he avoid my eyes? "Steward." "Sir." Startled as usual. "Where did you hang up that coat?" "In the bathroom, sir. It's not quite dry yet, sir." Had my double vanished as he had come? I went slowly into my dark room, shut the door, lighted the lamp, and for a time dared not turn around. When at last I did see him, I saw him standing bolt upright in the narrow recessed part. Can it be, I asked myself, that he is not visible to other eyes than mine? Motionless with a grave face, he raised his hand slightly at me in a gesture which meant clearly, "What a narrow escape." Narrow indeed. The mate was now putting the ship on the other tack. In the moment of profound silence which follows upon the hands going to their stations, I heard his raised voice. "Hardily!" The ship was coming round slowly. We two, down in my cabin, came together in our usual position by the bedplace. He did not wait for my question. I heard him, and just managed to squat myself down in the bath. He only put his arm in to hang the coat up. All the same, it would never do for me to come to life again. It was something that a ghost might have said. "You must maroon me as soon as ever you can get among those islands off the Cambodge shore." "Maroon you? We are not living in a boy's adventure tale." "We aren't indeed," he answered. "You don't suppose I'm afraid of what could be done to me? Prison or gallows or whatever they may please. But you don't see me coming back to explain such things to a judge and jury back in England. What can they know whether I am guilty or not, or of what I am guilty? That's my affair. What does the Bible say? Driven off the face of the earth. Very well. I am off the face of the earth now." At midnight I went on deck and, to my mate's great surprise, put the ship round on the other tack. I believe he told the second mate who relieved him that it was a great want of judgment. That intolerable cur only yawned in such a slack, improper fashion that I came down on him sharply. "Aren't you properly awake yet?" "Yes, sir. I'm awake." "Well, then, be good enough to hold yourself as if you were, and keep a lookout. If there's any current, we'll be closing with some islands before daylight." The east side of the Gulf is fringed with islands, ribs of gray rock, unknown to trade, to travel, almost to geography. The manner of life they harbor is an unsolved secret. At last I said, "I'm going to stand right in as far as I can take her." "Oh, bless my soul, do you mean, sir, in the dark?" Amongst a lot of all them islands and reefs and shoals? We're not doing well in the middle of the Gulf. I'm going to look for land breezes tonight. After dinner, I went into my stateroom, as if I meant to take some rest. There, we two bent our dark head. There's what looks like the mouth of a biggish river, with some town, no doubt, not far up. It's the best chance for you that I can see. Be careful, he murmured. And I realized suddenly that all my future, the only future for which I was fit, would perhaps go irretrievably to pieces in any mishap to my first command. I could not stop a moment longer in the room. I motioned him to get out of sight and made my way up on deck. A little before supper, feeling more restless than ever, I rejoined for a moment my second self. And to find him sitting so quietly was surprising, like something against nature, inhuman. I developed my plan in a hurried whisper. I shall stand in as close as I dare, and then put around. I will presently find means to smuggle you out of here, into the sail locker. There is an opening for hauling the sails out. When all the hands are aft at the main braces, you will have a clear road to get overboard. Use a rope's end to lower yourself into the water so as to avoid a splash. He kept silent for a while, then whispered, I understand. I won't be there to see you go, I began. He caught hold of my arm, but the ringing of the supper bell made me start. He didn't, though. He only released his grip. After supper, I didn't come below again until well past 8 o'clock. The time had come to exchange our last whispers, for neither of us was ever to hear each other's natural voice. Look here. I opened a drawer and took out 3 gold sovereigns. Take this. I've got 6, and I'd give you the lot. Only I must keep a little money to buy some fruit and vegetables for the crew from native boats as we go through Sunda Straits. He shook his head. Take it, I urged him, and produced a large old silk handkerchief of mine, and tying the 3 pieces of gold in the corner, pressed it on him. He was touched, I suppose, because he took it at last and tied it quickly onto the jacket on his bare skin. Our eyes met. Several seconds elapsed. I turned the lamp out and left the door of my room wide open. Steward? Sir? Can you get me a little hot water from the galley? Oh, I'm afraid, sir, the galley fire's been out for some time now. Go and see. He flew up the stairs. Now, I whispered. He was by my side in an instant. I snatched off my floppy hat and tried hurriedly in the dark to ram it on my other self. He dodged and fended off silently. I wonder what he thought had come to me before he understood and suddenly desisted. Our hands met gropingly, lingered for a second, united in a steady, motionless clasp. It was now a matter of conscience to shave the land as close as possible, for now he must go overboard. Must. There could be no going back for him. My heart flew into my mouth at the nearness of the land. The ship must go closer. She must. The stillness was intolerable.
Were we standing still? The black southern hill of the island seemed to hang right over the ship, like a towering fragment of the everlasting night. On that enormous mass of blackness, there was not a gleam to be seen, not a sound to be heard. It was gliding irresistibly towards us. I saw the vague figures of the watch grouped in the waist, gazing in awed silence. "Are you going on, sir?" inquired an unsteady voice at my elbow. I ignored it. I had to go on. "Keep her full. Don't check her way. That won't do now." Was she close enough? Already she was, I won't say in the shadow of the land, but in the very blackness of it, already swallowed up, as it were, gone too close to be recalled, gone from me altogether. "Give the mate a call," I said to the young man who stood at my elbow, as still as death. "And turn all hands up." Several voices cried out together, "We're all on deck, sir." Then stillness again, with the great shadow gliding closer, towering higher, without a light, without a sound. "My God, where are we?" It was the mate moaning at my elbow. "Be quiet," I said. He lowered his tone, but I saw the shadowy gesture of his despair. "What are we doing here?" "Looking for the land wind." He made as if to tear his hair. "She will never get out. She'll drift ashore before she's round. Oh, my God!" I caught his arm as he was raising it to batter his poor, devoted head, and shook it violently. "She's ashore already," he wailed, trying to tear himself away. "Is she? Keep good full there." "Good full, sir," cried the helmsman. "Ready about, do you hear?" And all the time I dared not look towards the land, lest my heart should fail me. I wondered what my double there in the sail locker thought of this commotion. He was able to hear everything. My first order, "Hardily," re-echoed ominously under that towering shadow, as if I had shouted in a mountain gorge. In that smooth water and light wind, it was impossible to feel the ship coming to. No, I could not feel her. And my second self was making now ready to slip out and lower himself overboard. Perhaps he was gone already. And now I remembered only that I was a total stranger to the ship. I did not know her. Would she do it? How was she to be handled? Her very fate hung in the balance, with the black mass of that island, like the gate of the everlasting night, towering over us. What would she do now? It was impossible to tell, and I had not learned yet the feel of my ship. Was she moving? What I needed was something easily seen, a piece of paper which I could throw overboard and watch. I had nothing on me. All at once my strained, yearning stare distinguished a white object floating within a yard of the ship's side. White on the black water. It must have fallen off his head, and he didn't bother. No, I had what I wanted, the saving mark for my eyes.
I hardly thought of my other self, now gone from the ship, to be hidden forever from all friendly faces, to be a fugitive and a vagabond on the earth, with no brand of the curse on his sane forehead to stay a slaying hand, too proud to explain. I watched the hat. It had been meant to save his homeless head from the dangers of the sun, and now it was saving the ship by serving me for a mark. Oh, it was drifting forward, warning me just in time that the ship had gathered sternway. "Shift the helm," I said in a low voice to the seaman standing still, like a statue. The stars ahead seemed to be gliding from right to left, and all was so still in the world that I heard the quiet remark, "She's round," passed in a tone of intense relief between two seamen. "Let go and haul." The foreyards ran round with a great noise, amidst cheery cries. Already the ship was drawing ahead, and I was alone with her. No one in the world should stand now between us. The perfect communion of a seaman with his first command. I was just in time to catch an evanescent glimpse of my white hat, left behind to mark the spot where the secret sharer of my cabin and of my thoughts, as though he were my second self, had lowered himself into the water to take his punishment. A free man, a proud swimmer, striking out for a new destiny. Sake is rice wine. Everyone knows that. But that sake is also the pen name of an English writer may come as something of a surprise to those who have never tasted the sharp, rather vinegary brew served up in the early part of this century by Mr. H.K. Munro. The portions were as short as the classic wine cup, and this English sake even today still makes its rounds amongst those who have learned to savor that elegant peculiarity which ranged with so aristocratic a self-assurance from the hilarious to the horrific. What follows now may give you a brief, uncomfortable smile. But after that, supposing that your taste is anything like mine, it will make your flesh creep. The title? Sredny Vashtar. Conradin was 10 years old, and the doctor had pronounced his professional opinion that the boy would not live another 5 years. The doctor was silky and effete, and counted for little. But his opinion was endorsed by Mrs. de Rupp, who counted for nearly everything. Mrs. de Rupp was Conradin's cousin and guardian, and she would never, in her honestest moments, have confessed to herself that she disliked Conradin, though she might have been dimly aware that thwarting him for his good was a duty which she did not find particularly irksome. Conradin hated her with a desperate sincerity which he was perfectly able to mask. Such few pleasures as he could contrive for himself gained an added relish from the likelihood that they would be displeasing to his guardian, and from the realm of his imagination she was locked out, an unclean thing which should find no entrance. In the dull, cheerless garden, overlooked by so many windows that were ready to open with a message not to do this or that, or a reminder that medicines were due, he found little attraction. The few fruit trees that it contained were set jealously apart from his plucking, as though they were rare specimens of their kind blooming in an arid waste. In a forgotten corner, however, almost hidden behind a dismal shrubbery, was a disused tool shed, and within its walls Conradin found a haven, something that took on the varying aspects of a playroom and a cathedral. He had peopled it with a legion of familiar phantoms, evoked partly from fragments of history and partly from his own brain. But it also boasted 2 inmates of flesh and blood. In one corner lived a ragged-plumaged hen, on which the boy lavished an affection that had scarcely another outlet. Further back in the gloom stood a large hutch, divided into 2 compartments, one of which was fronted with close iron bars. This was the abode of a large polecat ferret, which a friendly butcher boy had once smuggled, cage and all, into its present quarters, in exchange for a long-secreted hoard of small silver. Conradin was dreadfully afraid of the lithe, sharp-fanged beast, but it was his most treasured possession. Its very presence in the tool shed was a secret and fearful joy, to be kept scrupulously from the knowledge of the woman, as he privately dubbed his cousin. And one day, out of heaven knows what material, he spun the beast a wonderful name, and from that moment it grew into a god and a religion. The woman indulged in religion once a week at a church nearby, and took Conradin with her. But to him the church service was an alien rite. Every Thursday, in the dim and musty silence of the tool shed, he worshipped with mystic and elaborate ceremonial before the wooden hutch where dwelt Sredni Vashtar, the great ferret. Red flowers in their season and scarlet berries in the wintertime were offered at his shrine, for he was a god who laid some special stress on the fierce, impatient side of things. And on great festivals, powdered nutmeg was strewn in front of his hutch, an important feature of the offering being that the nutmeg had to be stolen. These festivals were at irregular occurrences, and were chiefly appointed to celebrate some passing event. On one occasion, when Mrs. Durop suffered from acute toothache for 3 days, Conradin kept up the festival during the entire 3 days, and almost succeeded in persuading himself that Sredni Vashtar was personally responsible for the toothache. If the malady had lasted for another day, the supply of nutmeg would have given out. After a while, Conradin's absorption in the tool shed began to attract the notice of his guardian. It is not good for him to be pottering down there in all weathers, she promptly decided, and at breakfast one morning she announced that the hen had been sold and taken away overnight. With her short-sighted eyes, she peered at Conradin, waiting for an outbreak of rage and sorrow, which she was ready to rebuke with a flow of excellent precepts and reasoning. But Conradin said nothing. There was nothing to be said. Something, perhaps, in the white, set face gave her a momentary qualm. For at tea that afternoon, there was toast on the table, a delicacy which she usually banned on the ground that it was bad for him. "I thought you liked toast," she exclaimed, with an injured air, observing that he did not touch it. "Sometimes," said Conradin. In the shed that evening, there was an innovation in the worship of the hutch god. Conradin had been wont to chant his praises. Tonight, he asked a boon. "Do one thing for me, Srednivashta." The thing was not specified. As Srednivashta was a god, he must be supposed to know. And choking back a sob as he looked at that other empty corner, Conradin went back to the world he so hated. And every night, in the welcome darkness of his bedroom, and every evening in the dusk of the tool shed, Conradin's bitter litany went up. "Do one thing for me, Srednivashta." Mrs. de Ropp noticed that the visits to the shed did not cease, and one day she made a further journey of inspection. "What are you keeping in that locked hutch?" she asked. "I believe it's guinea pigs. I'll have them all cleared away." Conradin shut his lips tight. But the woman ransacked his bedroom till she found the carefully hidden key, and forthwith marched down to the shed to complete her discovery. It was a cold afternoon, and Conradin had been bidden to keep to the house. From the furthest window of the dining room, the door of the shed could just be seen beyond the corner of the shrubbery, and there Conradin stationed himself. He saw the woman enter, and then he imagined her opening the door of the sacred hutch and peering down with her short-sighted eyes into the thick straw bed where his God lay hidden. Perhaps she would prod at the straw in her clumsy impatience, and Conradin fervently breathed his prayer for the last time. But he knew, as he prayed, that he did not believe. He knew that the woman would come out presently with that pursed smile he loathed so well on her face, and that in an hour or two the gardener would carry away his wonderful God, a God no longer, but a simple, brown ferret in a hutch. And he knew that the woman would triumph always, as she triumphed now, and that he would grow ever more sickly under her pestering and domineering and superior wisdom, till one day nothing would matter much more with him, and the doctor would be proved right. And in the sting and misery of his defeat, he began to chant loudly and defiantly the hymn of his threatened idol. Srednivashtar went forth. His thoughts were red thoughts, and his teeth were white. His enemies called for peace, but he brought them death. Srednivashtar, the beautiful. And then, of a sudden, he stopped his chanting and drew closer to the window pane. The door of the shed still stood ajar, as it had been left, and the minutes were slipping by. They were long minutes, but they slipped by nevertheless. He watched the starlings running in little parties across the lawn. He counted them over and over again, with one eye always on that swinging door. A sour-faced maid came in to lay the table for tea, and still Conradin stood and waited and watched. Hope had crept by inches into his heart, and now a look of triumph began to blaze in his eyes that had only known the wistful patience of defeat. Under his breath, with a furtive exultation, he began once again the paean of victory and devastation. And presently his eyes were rewarded. Out through that doorway came a long, low, yellow and brown beast, with eyes ablink at the waning daylight, and dark with wet stains around the fur of jaws and throat. Conradin dropped on his knees. The great polecat ferret made its way down to a small brook at the foot of the garden, drank for a moment, then crossed a little plank bridge and was lost to sight in the bushes. Such was the passing of Srednivashtar. "Tea is ready," said the sour-faced maid. "Where's the mistress?" "She went down to the shed some time ago," said Conradin. And while the maid went to summon her mistress to tea, Conradin fished a toasting fork out of the sideboard drawer and proceeded to toast himself a piece of bread. And during the toasting of it and the buttering of it with much butter, and the slow enjoyment of eating it, Conradin listened to the noises and silences which fell in quick spasms beyond the dining-room door, the loud, foolish screaming of the maid, the answering chorus of wondering ejaculations from the kitchen region, the scuttering footsteps and hurried embassies for outside help. And then, after a lull, the scared sobbing and the shuffling tread of those who bore a heavy burden
into the house. Whoever will break it to the poor child. I couldn't for the life of me, exclaimed a shrill voice. And while they debated the matter among themselves, Conradin made himself another piece of toast.
End of side 4.
An open letter to the Reverend Dr. Hyde of Honolulu. Sydney, February 25th, 1890. Sir, you belong to a sect, I believe my sect, which has enjoyed and partly failed to utilize an exceptional advantage in the islands of Hawaii. The first missionaries came. They found the land already self-purged of its old and bloody faith. They were embraced, almost on their arrival, with enthusiasm. But in the course of their evangelical calling, they, or too many of them, grew rich. It may be news to you that the mansions of the missionaries, such as yours, sir, on Britannia Street, are a cause of mocking in Honolulu. Your sect, and remember it is mine too, has not done ill in a worldly sense in the Hawaiian kingdom. And when leprosy took root in the 8 islands, to that prosperous mission, and to you as one of its adornments, God had at last sent an opportunity. I know I'm touching here upon a nerve acutely sensitive, but others of your colleagues look back on the inertia of your church and the decisive heroism of Damien with something almost to be called remorse. Sir, when we have failed and another has succeeded, when we have stood by and another has stepped in, when we sit and grow bulky in our charming mansions, and a plain, uncouth peasant steps into the battle under the eyes of God and succors the afflicted and consoles the dying, and is himself afflicted in his turn, and dies upon the field of honor, the battle cannot be retrieved. It is a lost battle, and lost forever. Your church and Damien's were in Hawaii upon a rivalry to do well, to help, to edify, to set divine examples. You having failed, and Damien succeeded, I marvel it should not have occurred to you that you were doomed to silence, that when you sat inglorious in the midst of your well-being, and Damien, crowned with glories and horrors, toiled and rotted in that pigsty of his under the cliffs of Kalawao, you, the elect, who would not, were the last man on earth to collect and propagate gossip. He had no hand in the reforms. He was a coarse and dirty man. These were your own words. In a sense, it is even so. Damien has been too much depicted with a conventional halo and conventional features, so drawn by men who perhaps were only blinded by generous admiration, such as you, if your soul were enlightened, would envy on your bended knees. When I visited the lazaretto, Damien was already in his resting grave. But such information as I have, I gathered from those who revered his memory and others who beheld him with no halo, and through whose scarcely partial communications the plain human features of the man shone on me convincingly. These gave me what knowledge I possess, and I learned it in that scene where it could be most completely understood. Kalawao, which you have never visited, about which you have never so much as endeavored to inform yourself. I imagine you to be one of those persons who talk with cheerfulness of that place which oxen and wain ropes could not drag you to behold. You who do not even know its situation on the map probably denounce sensational descriptions, stretching your limbs the while in your pleasant parlor in Beretania Street. When I was pulled ashore, there sat with me in the boat 2 sisters, bidding farewell, in humble imitation of Damien, to the lights and joys of human life. One of these wept silently. Had you been there, it is my belief that nature would have triumphed, even in you. And as the boat drew but a little nearer, and you beheld the stairs crowded with abominable deformations of our common manhood, and saw yourself in the midst of such a population as only now and then surrounds us in the horror of a nightmare, what a haggard eye you would have rolled over your reluctant shoulder towards the house on Beretania Street. Had you gone on, had you found every fourth face a blot upon the landscape, had you visited the hospital and seen the butt ends of human beings lying there almost unrecognizable, but still breathing, still thinking, still remembering, you would have felt it was, even today, a pitiful place to visit and a hell to dwell in. It is not the fear of possible infection. That seems a little thing when compared with the pain, the pity, and the disgust of the visitor's surroundings and the atmosphere of affliction, disease, and physical disgrace in which he breathes. I do not think I am a man more than usually timid, but I never recall the days and nights I spent upon that island without heartfelt thankfulness that I am somewhere else. Remember that which I saw and suffered from was a settlement purged, bettered, beautified, a different place when Damien came there and slept that first night under a tree amidst his rotting brethren, alone with pestilence, and looking forward With what courage, with what pitiful sinkings of dread, God only knows. To a lifetime of dressing sores and stumps. Damien, you say, was coarse. It is very possible. You make us sorry for the lepers, who had only a coarse old peasant for their friend and father. But you, who are so refined, why were you not there to cheer them with the lights of culture? Or may I remind you that we have some reason to doubt if John the Baptist were genteel, and in the case of Peter, on whose career you doubtless dwell approvingly in the pulpit, no doubt at all, he was a coarse, headstrong fisherman. Yet even in our Protestant Bibles, Peter is called a saint. You say Damien was dirty. He was. Think of the poor lepers annoyed with this dirty comrade. But the clean Dr. Hyde was at his food in a fine house. You say Damien was headstrong. I believe you're right again. And I thank God for his strong head and heart. You say Damien was bigoted. I am not fond of bigots myself because they are not fond of me. But what is meant by bigotry that we should regard it as a blemish in a priest? Damien believed his own religion with the simplicity of a peasant or a child, as I could suppose that you do. His bigotry, his intense and narrow faith, wrought potently for good. Damien, you say, had no hand in the reforms. The reforms of the Lazaretto are the work of Damien. They are what his heroism provoked from the reluctant and the careless. Many were before him in the field. There have been many since, and some had more worldly wisdom, though none had more devotion than our saint. Before his day, even you will confess, they had effected little. It was his part, by one striking act of martyrdom, to direct all men's eyes on that distressful country. At a blow, and with the price of his life, he made the place illustrious and public. If ever any man brought reforms and died to bring them, it was he. There was not a clean cup or towel in the bishop home, but dirty Damien washed it. Damien, you said, was not a pure man in his relations with women, etc. How do you know that? When I was there, why was this never mentioned? And how came it to you in the retirement of your clerical parlor? But I must not even seem to deceive you. This scandal, when I read it in your letter, was not new to me. I had heard it once before, and I must tell you how. There came to Samoa a man from Honolulu. He, in a public house on the beach, volunteered the statement that Damien had contracted the disease from having connection with the female lepers. And I find joy in telling you how the report was welcomed
in a public house. A man sprang to his feet. "You miserable little—" "Here is a word I dare not print. It would so shock your ears. If the story were 1,000 times true, can't you see you are 1,000,000 times lower for daring to repeat it? I wish it could be told of you that when the report reached you in your house, perhaps after your family worship, you had found in your soul enough holy anger to receive it with the same expressions. Aye, even with that one, which I dare not print. It would have been counted to you for your brightest righteousness. But you have deliberately chosen the part of the man from Honolulu, and you have played it with improvements of your own. The man from Honolulu, miserable, leering creature, communicated the tale to a rude knot of beach-combing drinkers in a public house. It was to your dear brother, the Reverend H.B. Gage, that you chose to communicate the sickening story. And your dear brother indeed, made haste to deliver up your letter as a means of grace, perhaps, to the religious papers. I will suppose, and God forgive me for supposing it, that Damien faltered in his narrow path of duty. He, who was doing so much more than he had sworn, failed in the letter of his priestly oath. He, who was so much a better man than either you or me, who did what we have never dreamed of daring. He, too, tasted of our common frailty. The least tender should be moved to tears. And all that you could do was to pen your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage. Is it growing at all clear to you what a picture you have drawn of your own heart? You had a father. Suppose this tale were about him, and some informant brought it to you, proof in hand. I am not making too high an estimate of your emotional nature, and I suppose that the last thing you would do would be to publish it in a religious press. Well, the man who tried to do what Damien did is my father, and the father of the man in the bar, and the father of all who love goodness. And he was your father, too, if God had given you grace to see it. Under the wide and starry sky, dig the grave
and let me lie. Glad did I live, and gladly die, and I laid me down with a will. This be the verse you grave for me. Here he lies, where he longed to be. Home is the sailor, home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hill.
End of side 5.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. You fancy me mad. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out. And then I thrust in my head. You would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. Slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within, so that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern, oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. Undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on, steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. I knew the sound well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor." Yes, he has been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked his black shadow before him, and it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from out the lantern, and full upon the vulture eye. The eye was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it. Have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now I say there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew louder, louder every instant. I've told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to an uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder, louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor. For many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. I examined the corpse. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer. When I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body, I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. It was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. There came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart. For what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. I smiled. I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of my victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, I wished them gone. But still they sat and chatted. There had been something beating in my ears. It continued and became more distinct. It continued until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. And yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, but the noise increased. I arose and argued about trifles, but the noise increased. Why would they not be gone? The noise steadily increased. Oh, God! What could I do? I foamed. I raved. I swore. But the noise rose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible? They heard not? Almighty God! No, no! They heard! They suspected! They knew! Now again! Hark! Louder! 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 Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart.
The Way Through the Woods by Rudyard Kipling. They shut the road through the woods 70 years ago. Weather and rain have undone it again. And now you would never know there was once a road through the woods before they planted the trees. It is underneath the coppice and heath and the thin anemones. Only the keeper sees that where the ringdove broods and the badgers roll at ease, there was once a road through the woods. Yet if you enter the woods of a summer evening late, when the night air cools on the trout-ringed pools, where the otter whistles his mate, they fear not men in the woods, because they see so few, you will hear the beat of a horse's feet and the swish of a skirt in the dew, steadily cantering through the misty solitudes, as though they perfectly knew the old lost road through the woods. But there is no road through the woods. By the old Moulmein pagoda, looking lazy at the sea, there's a Burma girl a-settin', and I know she thinks of me. For the wind is in the palm trees, and the temple bells, they say, come ye back, ye British soldier. Come ye back to Mandalay.
Come ye back to Mandalay, where the old flotilla lay? Can't you hear the battles chunking from Rangoon to Mandalay? On the road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes play, and the dawn comes up like thunder out of China across the bay. Her petticoat was yellow, and her little cap was green, and her name was Soupy Yawlet, just the same as Thebar's queen. And I seed her first a smoking of a whacking white cheroot, and a wasting Christian kisses on an heathen idol's foot. Bloomin' idol made of mud, what they call the great god Bud. Plucky lot she cared for idols when I kissed her where she stood on the road to Mandalay. When the mist was on the rice fields and the sun was dropping slow, she'd get her little banjo out and she'd sing, Kula, lo, lo, with her arm upon my shoulder and her cheek again my cheek. We used to watch the steamers and the hathis piling teak, elephants a piling teak, and the sludgy, squudgy creek where the silence hung that heavy he was half afraid to speak. On the road to Mandalay. But that's all shoved behind me, long ago and far away. And there ain't no buses running from the bank to Mandalay. And I'm learning here in London what the 10-year soldier tells. If you've heard the East a callin', you won't never eat naught else. No, you won't eat nothing else but them spicy garlic smells and the sunshine and the palm trees and the tinkly temple bells on the road to Mandalay. Oh, I'm sick of wasting leather on these gritty paving stones, and the blasted English drizzle wakes the fever in me bones. So I walks with 50 housemaids out at Chelsea to the Strand, and they talks a lot of lovin'. But what do they understand? Beefy face and grubby and blah. What do they understand? I've a neater, sweeter maiden in a cleaner, greener land on the road to Mandalay. Ship me somewheres east of Suez, where the best is like the worst, where there ain't no 10 commandments, and a man can raise his thirst. The temple bells are calling, and it's there that I would be, by the old Moulmein Pagoda, looking lazy at the sea.
End of side 6.
Rikki Tikki Tavi by Rudyard Kipling. This is the story of the Great War that Rikki Tikki Tavi fought single-handed through the bathrooms of the big bungalow. Dazi, the tailor bird, helped him, and Chuchundra, the muskrat, gave him advice. But Rikki Tikki did the real fighting. He was a mongoose, rather like a little cat in his fur and his tail, but quite like a weasel
in his head and his habits. His eyes and the end of his restless nose were pink. He could scratch himself anywhere he pleased, with any leg, front or back. And his war cry, as he scuttled through the long grass, was "Rick, tick, ticky, ticky, tick." One day, a high summer flood washed him out of the burrow where he lived with his father and mother, and carried him, kicking and clucking, down a roadside ditch. He found a little wisp of grass floating there, and clung to it till he lost his senses. When he revived, he was lying in the hot sun on the middle of a garden path, very draggled indeed. And a small boy was saying, "Here's a dead mongoose. Let's have a funeral." "No," said his mother. "Let's take him in and dry him." A big man picked him up between his finger and thumb and said he was not dead, but half choked. So they wrapped him in cotton wool and warmed him over a little fire, and he opened his eyes and sneezed. "Now," said the big man, he was an Englishman who had just moved into the bungalow, "don't frighten him, and we'll see what he'll do." It is the hardest thing in the world to frighten a mongoose, because he is eaten up from nose to tail with curiosity. The motto of all the mongoose family is "run and find out." And Rikki Tikki was a true mongoose. He looked at the cotton wool, decided that it was not good to eat, ran all around the table, sat up and put his fur in order, scratched himself, and jumped on the boy's shoulder. "Don't be frightened, Teddy," said his father. "That's his way of making friends." "Ouch! He's tickling under my chin," said Teddy. Rikki Tikki snuffed at his ear and climbed down to the floor, where he sat rubbing his nose. "Good gracious," said Teddy's mother, "and that's a wild creature. I suppose he's so tame because we've been kind to him." "All mongooses are like that," said her husband. "If Teddy doesn't pick him up by the tail, or try to put him in a cage, he'll run in and out of the house all day long. Let's give him something to eat." Rikki Tikki spent all that day roaming over the house. He nearly drowned himself in the bathtubs, put his nose into the ink on a writing table, and burnt it on the end of the big man's cigar, for he climbed up in the big man's lap to see how writing was done. At nightfall, he ran into Teddy's nursery, and when Teddy went to bed, Rikki Tikki climbed up too. But he was a restless companion, because he had to attend to every noise all through the night. Teddy's mother and father came in, the last thing, to look at their boy, and Rikki Tikki was awake on the pillow. "I don't like that," said Teddy's mother. "He may bite the child." "He'll do no such thing," said the father. "Teddy's safer with that little beast than if he had a bloodhound to watch him. If a snake came into the nursery now." But Teddy's mother couldn't think of anything so awful. Early in the morning, Rikki Tikki came early to breakfast in the veranda, riding on Teddy's shoulder, and they gave him banana and some boiled egg, and he sat on all their laps, one after the other. Then he went out into the garden to see what was to be seen. It was a large garden, only half cultivated, with lime and orange trees, clumps of bamboos, and thickets of high grass. Rikki Tikki licked his lips.
"This is a splendid hunting ground,"
he said, and he scuttled up and down the garden, snuffing here and there, till he heard very sorrowful voices in a thorn bush. It was Darcy, the tailor bird, and his wife.
"What's the matter?"
asked Rikki-Tikki.
"We are very miserable,"
said Darcy.
"One of our babies fell out of the nest yesterday, and Nog ate him."
Said Rikki-Tikki.
"That is very sad. But I am a stranger here. Who is Nag?"
Darcy and his wife cowered down in the nest, without answering. From the thick grass at the foot of the bush, there came a low hiss, a horrid, cold sound that made Rikki-Tikki jump back 2 clear feet. Then, inch by inch out of the grass, rose up the head and spread hood of Nag, the big black cobra, and he was 5 feet long from tongue to tail. When he had lifted 1/3 of himself clear of the ground, he stayed balancing and looked at Rikki-Tikki with the wicked snake's eyes that never change their expression, whatever the snake may be thinking of. "Who is Nag?" said he. "I am Nag. Look and be afraid." He spread out his hood more than ever, and Rikki-Tikki was afraid. But it is impossible for a mongoose to stay frightened for any length of time. And though Rikki-Tikki had never met a live cobra before, his mother had fed him on dead ones, and he knew that all a grown mongoose's business in life was to fight and eat snakes. Nog knew that too, and at the bottom of his cold heart, he was afraid.
"Well,"
said Rikki-Tikki, and his tail began to fluff up again.
"Marks or no marks, do you think it's right for you to eat fledglings out of a nest?"
Nog was thinking to himself and watching the least little movement in the grass behind Rikki-Tikki. He wanted to get Rikki-Tikki off his guard, so he dropped his head a little and put it on one side. "Let us talk," he said. "You eat eggs. Why should I not eat birds?"
"Behind you! Look behind you!"
sang Darcy. Rikki-Tikki jumped up in the air, and just under him whizzed by the head of Nagaina, Nog's wicked wife. She had crept up behind him as he was talking to make an end of Rikki-Tikki, and he heard her savage hiss as the stroke missed. He came down almost across her back, and if he had been an old mongoose, he would have known that then was the time to break her back with one bite. But he was afraid of the terrible lashing return stroke of the cobra. He bit, but not long enough, and jumped clear of the whisking tail, leaving Nagaina torn and angry. "Wicked, wicked Darcy," said Nag, lashing up as high as he could reach toward the nest at the thorn bush. But Darcy had built it out of reach of snakes,
and it only swayed to and fro. Rikki Tikki felt his eyes growing red and hot. When a mongoose's eyes grow red, he is angry, and he sat back on his tail and hind legs like a little kangaroo, and looked all around him and chattered with rage. But Nag and Nagaina had disappeared into the grass. When a snake misses its stroke, it never says anything or gives any sign of what it means to do next. Rikki Tikki did not care to follow them, for he did not feel sure that he could manage 2 snakes at once. So he trotted off to the gravel path near the house and sat down to think. It was a serious matter for him. If you read the old books of natural history, you will find that they say that when the mongoose fights the snake and happens to get bitten, he runs off and eats some herb that cures him. That is not true. The victory is only a matter of quickness of eye and quickness of foot. Snake's blow against mongoose's jump. And as no eye can follow the motion of a snake's head when it strikes, this makes things much more wonderful than any magic herb. Rikki Tikki was pleased to think that he had managed to escape a blow from behind. It gave him confidence in himself. That night at dinner, walking to and fro among the wine glasses on the table, he might have stuffed himself 3 times over with nice things. But he remembered that a full meal makes a slow mongoose, and if he wanted all of his strength and quickness, he must keep himself thin. He remembered Nag and Nagaina. Teddy carried him off to bed and insisted on Rikki Tikki sleeping under his chin. Rikki Tikki was too well bred to bite or scratch, but as soon as Teddy was asleep, he went off for his nightly walk around the house. And in the dark, he ran up against Chuchundra, the muskrat, creeping round by the wall. "Those who kill snakes," said Chuchundra, "get killed by snakes. And how am I to be sure that Nag won't mistake me for you some dark night?" "There's not the least danger," said Rikki Tikki. "But Nag is in the garden, and I know you don't go there." "My cousin Chua, the rat, told me," said Chuchundra. Then he stopped. "Told you what?" "Hush! Can't you hear, Rikki Tikki?" Rikki Tikki listened. He thought he could just catch the faintest scratch, scratch, a noise as faint as that of a wasp walking on a window pane, the dry scratch of a snake's scales on the brickwork. "That's Nag, or Nagaina," he said to himself. "And he is crawling into the bathroom sluice." He stole off to Teddy's bathroom, but there was nothing there, and then to Teddy's mother's bathroom. At the bottom of the smooth plaster wall, there was a brick pulled out to make a sluice for the bathwater. And as Rikki Tikki stole in by the masonry curb where the bath is put, he heard Nag and Nagaina whispering together outside in the moonlight. When the house is emptied of people, said Nagaina to her husband, he will have to go away, and then the garden will be our own again. Go in quietly, and remember that the big man is the first one to bite. Then come out and tell me, and we will hunt for Rikki Tikki together. But you are sure that there is anything to be gained by killing the people? Asked Nog. Everything. When there were no people in the bungalow, did we have any mongoose in the garden? So long as the bungalow is empty, we are king and queen of the garden. And remember that as soon as our eggs in the melon bed hatch, as they may tomorrow, our children will need room and quiet. Yes, said Nog, but there is no need that we should hunt for Rikki Tikki afterward. I will kill the big man and his wife, and the child, if I can, and come away quietly. Then the bungalow will be empty, and Rikki Tikki will go. And then Nog's head came through the sluice, and his 5 feet of cold body followed it. Angry as he was, Rikki Tikki was very frightened as he saw the size of the big cobra. Nog coiled himself up, raised his head, and looked into the bathroom in the dark. And Rikki could see his eyes glitter. Now, if I kill him here, Nagaina will know, and the odds are in his favor. What am I to do? Said Rikki Tikki Tavi. The big man had a stick, said the snake. He may have that stick still, but when he comes in to bathe in the morning, he will not have a stick. I shall wait here till he comes. Nagaina, do you hear me? I shall wait here in the cool till daytime. There was no answer from outside. Nagaina had gone away. Nog coiled himself down, coil by coil, round the bulge at the bottom of the water jar. And Rikki Tikki stayed still as death. After an hour, he began to move, muscle by muscle, towards the jar. Nog was asleep, and Rikki Tikki looked at his big back, wondering which would be the best place for a good hold. If I don't break his back at the first jump, said Rikki, he can still fight. He looked at the thickness of the neck below the hood, but that was too much for him, and a bite near the tail would only make Nog savage. It must be the head, he said at last. The head above the hood. And when I'm once there, I must not let go." Then he jumped. The head was lying a little clear of the water jar, under the curve of it, and as his teeth met, Ricky braced his back against the bulge of the red earthenware to hold down the head. This gave him 1 second's purchase, and he made the most of it. Then he was battered to and fro as a rat is shaken by a dog, to and fro on the floor, up and down, and round in great circles, upsetting the tin dipper and the soap dish, and banged against the tin side of the bath. He held his closed jaws tighter and tighter. He was sure he would be banged to death. But for the honor of his family, he preferred to be found with his teeth locked. He was dizzy, aching, and felt shaken to pieces, when something went off like a thunderclap just behind him. A hot wind knocked him senseless, and red fire singed his fur. The big man had been wakened by the noise and had fired both barrels of a shotgun into Nag, just behind the hood. Rikki Tikki held on, with his eyes shut, for now he was quite sure he was dead. But the head of the snake did not move, and the big man said, "It's the mongoose again, Alice. The little chap has saved our lives now." When morning came, Rikki Tikki was very stiff, but well pleased with his doings. "Now I have Nagaina to settle with, and she will be worse than 5 Nags, and there's no knowing when the egg she spoke of will hatch." Without waiting for breakfast, Rikki Tikki ran to the thorn bush, where Darzee was singing a song of triumph at the top of his voice. The news of Nag's death was all over the garden.
"Nog is dead, is dead, is dead,"
sang Darzee.
"The valiant Rikki Tikki caught him by the head and held fast."
"All that's true enough," said Rikki, looking carefully round him. "You're safe enough in your nest there, but it's war for me down here. Stop singing a minute, Darzee."
"For the sake of the great, the beautiful Rikki Tikki, I will stop,"
said Darzee.
"What is it, oh killer of the terrible Nog? Great is Rikki Tikki with the white teeth."
"Never mind white teeth. Have you heard where she keeps her eggs?"
"In the melon bed. On the end there is the wall, where the sun strikes nearly all day. She hid them there weeks ago."
"And you never thought it worthwhile to tell me? Darzee, if you have a grain of sense, you will fly off to the stables and pretend that your wing is broken, and let Nagaina chase you away to this bush. I must get to the melon bed, and if I went there now, she'd see me." Darzee's wife was a sensible bird, and she knew that cobra's eggs meant young cobras later on. So she flew off from the nest and fluttered in front of Nagaina by the rubbish heap and cried out,
"Oh, my wing is broken. The boy in the house threw a stone at me and broke it."
Then she fluttered more desperately than ever. Nagaina lifted up her head and hissed, "You warned Rikki Tikki when I would have killed him. You've chosen a bad place to be lame in." And she moved toward Darzee's wife, slipping along over the dust. "My husband lies on the rubbish heap this morning," But before night, the boy in the house will lie very still. What is the use of running away? I am sure to catch you. Little fool, look at me.
Darcy's wife knew better than to do that, for a bird who looks at a snake's eyes gets so frightened that she cannot move. Darcy's wife fluttered on, piping sorrowfully, and never leaving the ground. And Nagaina quickened her pace. Rikki-Tikki heard them going up the path, and he raced for the end of the melon patch near the wall. There in the warm litter above the melons, very cunningly hidden, he found 25 eggs with whitish skins instead of shells. He could see the baby cobras curled up inside the skin, and he knew that the minute they were hatched, they could each kill a man or a mongoose. He bit off the tops of the eggs as fast as he could, taking care to crush the young cobras, and turned over the litter from time to time to see whether he had missed any. At last, there were only 3 eggs left, and Rikki-Tikki began to chuckle to himself when he heard Darzy's wife screaming.
Rikki-Tikki! I led Nagaina toward the house, and she has gone into the veranda. Come quickly. She means killing.
Rikki-Tikki smashed 2 eggs and tumbled backward with the 3rd egg in his mouth and scuttled to the veranda as hard as he could. Teddy and his mother and father were there at early breakfast, but Rikki-Tikki saw that they were not eating anything. They sat stone still, and their faces were white. Nagaina was coiled up on the matting by Teddy's chair, within easy striking distance of Teddy's bare leg, and she was swaying to and fro, singing a song of triumph. Son of the big man that killed Nog, she hissed, stay still. I am not ready yet. Wait a little. Keep very still. All you 3. If you move, I strike. And if you do not move, I strike. Oh, foolish people who killed my Nog. Teddy's eyes were fixed on his father, and all his father could do was to whisper, sit still, Teddy. You mustn't move. Teddy, keep still. Then Rikki-Tikki came up and cried, turn around, Nagaina! Turn and fight!
All in good time,
said she, without moving her eyes.
I will settle my account with you presently. Look at your friends, Rikki-Tikki. They are afraid. They dare not move. And if you come a step nearer, I strike.
Look at your eggs,
said Rikki-Tikki.
in the melon bed, near the wall. Go and look, Nagaina.
The big snake turned half round and saw the egg on the veranda.
Give it to me,
she said. Rikki-Tikki put his paws on each side of the egg
and his eyes were blood red.
What price for a snake's egg? For a young cobra? For a young king cobra? For the very last of the brood? The ants are eating all the others down by the melon bed.
Nagaina spun clear round, forgetting everything for the sake of the one egg. And Rikki Tikki saw Teddy's father shoot out a big hand, catch Teddy by the shoulder, and drag him across the table with the teacups, safe and out of reach of Nagaina.
Trick, trick, trick. Rick, tick, tick.
Clucked Rikki Tikki.
The boy is safe, and it was I, that caught Nog by the hood last night in the bathroom.
Then he began to jump up and down, all 4 feet together, his head close to the floor.
He was dead before the big man blew him in two. I did it. Rick-tick-tick-tick-tick. Come then, Nagaina, come and fight with me. You shall not be a widow long.
Nagaina saw that she had lost her chance of killing Teddy, and the egg lay between Rikki Tikki's paws. Give me the egg, Rikki Tikki. Give me the last of my eggs, and I will go away and never come back.
Yes, you will go away and you will never come back, for you will go to the rubbish heap with Nog. Fight, widow!
Rikki Tikki was bounding all round Nagaina, keeping just out of reach of her stroke, his little eyes like hot coals. Nagaina gathered herself together and flung out at him. Rikki Tikki jumped up and backwards. Again and again and again she struck, and each time her head came with a whack on the matting of the veranda, and she gathered herself together like a watch spring. Then Rikki Tikki danced in a circle to get behind her, and Nagaina spun round to keep her head to his head, so that the rustle of her tail on the matting sounded like dry leaves blown along by the wind. He had forgotten the egg. It still lay on the veranda, and Nagaina came nearer and nearer to it, till at last, while Rikki Tikki was drawing breath, she caught it in her mouth, turned to the veranda steps, and flew like an arrow down the path, with Rikki Tikki behind her. When the cobra runs for her life, she goes like a whiplash flicked across a horse's neck. Rikki Tikki knew that he must catch her, or all the trouble would begin again. She headed straight for the long grass by the thorn bush, and as he was running, Rikki Tikki heard Darzee still singing his foolish little song of triumph. But Darzee's wife was wiser. She flew off her nest as Nagaina came along, and flapped her wings about Nagaina's head. But Nagaina only lowered her hood and went on. Still, the instant's delay brought Rikki Tikki up to her, and as she plunged into the rat hole where she and Nog used to live, his little white teeth were clenched on her tail, and he went down with her. And very few mongooses, however wise and old they may be, care to follow a cobra into its hole. It was dark in the hole, and Rikki Tikki never knew when it might open out and give Nagaina room to turn and strike at him. He held on savagely and stuck out his feet to act as brakes on the dark slope of the hot, moist earth. Then the grass by the mouth of the hole stopped waving, and Darzee said,
It is all over with Rikki Tikki. for Nagaina will surely kill him underground.
So he sang a very mournful song that he made up on the spur of the minute. And just as he got to the most touching part, the grass quivered again, and Rikki Tikki, covered with dirt, dragged himself out of the hole, leg by leg, licking his whiskers. He shook some of the dust out of his fur and sneezed.
It is all over,
He said,
the widow will never come out again.
and the red ants that lived between the grass stems heard him and began to troop down one after another to see if he had spoken the truth. Rikki Tikki curled himself up in the grass and slept where he was. Slept and slept till it was late in the afternoon, for he had done a hard day's work.
Now,
He said when he awoke.
I will go back to the house.
When Rikki got there, Teddy and Teddy's mother and Teddy's father came out and almost cried over him. And that night he ate all that was given him, till he could eat no more, and went to bed on Teddy's shoulder, where Teddy's mother saw him when she came to look late at night. He saved our lives, and Teddy's life, she said to her husband. Just think, he saved all our lives. Rikki Tikki woke up with a jump, for the mongooses are light sleepers.
Oh, it's you.
Said he.
What are you bothering for? All the cobras are dead. And if they weren't, I'm here.
Rikki Tikki had a right to be proud of himself. But he did not grow too proud, and he kept that garden as a mongoose should keep it, with tooth and jump and spring and bite, till never a cobra dared show its head inside the walls.
End of Side 7.
In the last 3 centuries, the greatest and funniest comedy in the English language was written by an Irishman, Oscar Wilde. But the importance of being earnest is a full-length play. So we'll be reading one of his famous little fables, the best of them, a work of such sweetness and delicacy that one can't help but wonder how its author could ever have been known as a cynic. The truth is that Wilde was a serious artist who did sometimes like to pretend to be frivolous. He was a formidable wit. And a cynic, he said, is a person who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing. In a certain sense, mere price and true value are the themes of this, our last story. High above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large red ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed. One night there flew over the city a little swallow on his way to Egypt. He saw the statue on the tall column. "I will put up there," he cried. "It is a fine position, with plenty of fresh air." So he alighted just between the feet of the Happy Prince.
I have a golden bedroom, he said softly to himself as he looked round, and he prepared to go to sleep. But just then, a large drop of water fell on him. "What a curious thing!" he cried. "There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are quite clear and bright, and yet it is raining. The climate here is really dreadful." Then another drop fell. "What is the use of a statue if it cannot keep the rain off?" And he determined to fly away. But before he had opened his wings, a third drop fell, and he looked up and saw... what did he see? Tears were running down the golden cheeks of the happy prince. His face was so beautiful in the moonlight that the little swallow was filled with pity. "Who are you?" he said. "I am the happy prince." "Why are you weeping then?" asked the swallow. "When I was alive," answered the statue, "I did not know what tears were, for I lived in a palace where sorrow was not allowed to enter. Round the garden ran a lofty wall, but I never asked what lay beyond it. Everything about me was so beautiful. They called me the Happy Prince, and happy indeed I was. But now that I am dead, they have set me up here, where I can see all the ugliness and all the misery of my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep." "What? Is he not solid gold?" said the swallow to himself. He was too polite to make any personal remarks out loud. "Far away," continued the statue in a low, musical voice, "far away in a little street, there is a poor house. Through one of the windows, I can see a woman seated at a table. Her face is thin and worn, and her hands are all pricked by the needle, for she is a seamstress. She is embroidering flowers on a satin gown for one of the queen's maids of honor to wear at the next ball. In a bed in the corner, her little boy is lying ill. He is asking for oranges. His mother has nothing to give him except river water. So he is crying, 'Swallow, swallow, little swallow, will you not bring her the ruby out of my sword hilt? My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move.' 'I am waited for in Egypt,' said the swallow. 'My friends are flying up and down the Nile.' 'Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince. "Will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger? The boy is so thirsty, and the mother is so sad." "I don't think I like boys," answered the swallow. "They are always throwing stones at me." But the happy prince looked so sad that the little swallow was sorry. "It is very cold here," he said, "but I will stay with you for one night and be your messenger." "Thank you, little swallow," said the prince. So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in his beak over the roofs of the town. He passed by the cathedral tower, where the white marble angels were sculptured. He passed by the palace and heard the sound of dancing. A beautiful girl came out on the balcony with her lover. "How wonderful the stars are," he said to her, "and how wonderful is the power of love." "I hope my dress will be ready in time for the royal ball," she answered. "I've ordered flowers to be embroidered on it, but the seamstresses are so lazy." The swallow passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships, and at last he came to the poor house and looked in. The boy was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep. She was so tired. In he hopped and laid the great ruby on the table beside the woman's thimble. Then he flew gently round the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with his wings. "How cool I feel," said the boy. "I must be getting better." And he sank into a delicious slumber. Then the swallow flew back to the happy prince and told him what he had done. "It is curious," he remarked, "but I feel quite warm now, although it is so cold." "That is because you have done a good deed," said the prince. "Tonight I go to Egypt," said the swallow. "I am just starting." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince, "will you not stay with me one night longer?" "I am waited for in Egypt," answered the swallow. "Tomorrow my friends will fly up to the second cataract." "Swallow, swallow, little swallow," said the prince. "Far away across the city I see a young man in a garret. He is leaning over a desk covered with papers, and in a glass by his side there is a bunch of withered violets. His hair is brown and crisp, and he has large and dreamy eyes. He is trying to finish a play for the director of the theater, but he is too cold to write any more." There is no fire in the grate, and hunger has made him faint. I will wait with you one night longer, said the swallow, who really had a good heart. Shall I take him another ruby? Alas, I have no ruby now, said the prince. My eyes are all that I have left. They are made of rare sapphires, which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck out one of them and take it to him. He will sell it to the jeweler and buy food and firewood and finish his play. Dear prince, said the swallow, I cannot do that. And he began to weep. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince. Do as I command you. So the swallow plucked out the prince's eye and flew away to the student's garret. It was easy enough to get in, as there was a hole in the roof, and he darted into the room. The young man had his head buried in his hands, so he did not hear the flutter of the bird's wings, and when he looked up, he found the beautiful sapphire lying on the withered violets. I am beginning to be appreciated, he cried. This is from some great admirer. Now I can finish my play. And he looked quite happy. The next day the swallow flew down to the harbor. He sat on the mast of a large vessel and watched the sailors hauling big chests out of the hold with ropes. I am going to Egypt, cried the swallow. But nobody minded, and when the moon rose, he flew back to the happy prince. I am come to bid you goodbye, he cried. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince. Will you not stay with me one night longer? It is winter, answered the swallow, and the chill snow will soon be here. In Egypt, the sun is warm on the green palm trees. My companions are building a nest in the temple of Baalbek, and the pink and white doves are watching them and cooing to each other. Dear prince, I must leave you, but I will never forget you, and next spring I will bring you back 2 beautiful jewels in place of those you have given away. The ruby shall be redder than a red rose, and the sapphire shall be as blue as the great sea. In the square below, said the happy prince, there stands a little match girl. She has let her matches fall into the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money. And she is crying. She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare. Pluck out my other eye and give it to her. I will stay with you one night longer, said the swallow. But I cannot pluck out your eye. You would be quite blind then. Swallow, swallow, little swallow, said the prince. Do as I command you. So he plucked out the prince's other eye and darted down with it and swooped past the match girl, slipping the jewel into the palm of her hand. What a lovely bit of glass, cried the little girl, and she ran home, laughing. Then the swallow came back to the prince. You are blind now, he said, so I will stay with you always. No, little swallow, said the poor prince. You must go away to Egypt. I will stay with you always, said the swallow. And he slept at the prince's feet. All the next day he sat on the prince's shoulder and told him stories of what he had seen in strange lands. He told him of the Sphinx, who is as old as the world itself and knows everything, of the merchants who walk slowly by the side of their camels and carry amber beads in their hands, of the king of the mountains of the moon, of the great green snake that sleeps in a palm tree, and of the pygmies who sail over a big lake on large flat leaves. Dear little swallow, said the prince, you tell me of marvelous things, but more marvelous than anything is the suffering of men and of women. There is no mystery so great as misery. Fly over my city, little swallow, and tell me what you see there. So the swallow flew over the great city and saw the rich making merry in their beautiful houses, while the beggars were sitting at the gates. He flew into dark lanes and saw the white faces of starving children. Under the archway of a bridge, two little boys were lying in one another's arms to try and keep themselves warm. How hungry we are, they said. You must not lie here, shouted the watchman, and they wandered out into the rain. Then the swallow flew back and told the prince what he had seen. I am covered with gold, said the prince. You must take it off, leaf by leaf, and give it to my poor. The living always think that gold can make them happy. Leaf after leaf of the gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and gray. Leaf after leaf of the gold he brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street. We have bread now, they cried. Then the snow came, and after the snow, the frost. The streets glistened as if they were made of silver. Long icicles, like crystal daggers, hung down from the eaves of the houses. Everybody went about in furs, and the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder, but he would not leave the prince. At last he knew he was going to die. He had just strength to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more. "Goodbye, dear prince," he murmured. "Will you let me kiss your hand?" "I am glad that you are going to Egypt at last, little swallow," said the prince. "You have stayed too long here, but you must kiss me on the lips." "It is not to Egypt that I am going," said the swallow. "I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not?" And he kissed the happy prince on the lips and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right in two. It certainly was a dreadfully hard frost. Early next morning, the mayor was walking in the square below in company with the town councilors. As they passed the column, he looked up at the statue. "Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks," he said. "How shabby indeed," cried the town councilors, who always agreed with the mayor. "The ruby has fallen out of his sword. His eyes are gone, and he is golden no longer," said the mayor. "In fact, he is little better than a beggar." "Little better than a beggar," said the town councilors. "And here is a dead bird at his feet," continued the mayor. "We must really issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here." And the town clerk made a note of it. So they pulled down the statue of the happy prince and melted it in a furnace, and the mayor held a meeting to decide what was to be done with the metal. "We must have another statue, of course," he said. "It shall be a statue of myself." "Of myself," said each of the town councilors, and they quarreled. "What a strange thing," said the overseer of the workmen at the foundry. "This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. We must throw it away." So they threw it on a dust heap, where the dead swallow was also lying. "Bring me the two most precious things in the city," said God to one of his angels. And the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God. For in my garden of paradise, this little bird shall sing forevermore. And in my city of gold, the happy prince shall praise me.
Copyright 1995 Dove Audio Incorporated. If you would like to receive a Dove Audio or Dove Kids catalog, please call 1-800-328-3683 or 1-800-328-DOVE.